May we have a roll call, please?
Deborah Gallegos from Malia Cohen.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey. Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Melissa Willett.
Great, it appears we have a quorum, so let's get started. You will start. All right, thank you. We will get started with the executive report. Kevin Fine, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. I am Kevin Fine, CalPERS team member and Chief Compliance Officer. Today, there are no action agenda items to be presented to the committee. I will be providing an update on our compliance advisory services. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting is scheduled for November 2025 and includes the independent auditor's report for fiscal year 2024-25 and a review of the independent auditor's management letter. This concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Fine? Okay, great. So did you say there were no action consent items? I have three. I have item number 3, action consent on my agenda.
Action agenda items.
Okay, great, thank you. So then we will move on to the action consent items.
Move approval.
Moved approval. I've got a second. We have a roll call vote? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great, thanks, approved. Well, oops, sorry. We'll move on to item number 4,
Ms.
information.
Gallegos,
Yes.
for the record, you have to ask if there are any nays.
Oh, are there any nays? Nope, looks like the motion is approved. Great, so we will move on to item number 4, information consent items. Are there any questions, pools for this item? Nope. All right, then we will move on to the information agenda items. Item 5, A, Compliance Advisory Services Committee update from Kevin Fine.
Thank you. Good morning again. Today I will be presenting an update on the Enterprise Compliance, Risk, and Governance Compliance Advisory Services Program. I will highlight for you some key initiatives that we have been focused on and achievements to date. You know, we just in June did our annual report. This is going to take us down another level into some more detail about the specific compliance advisory improvements we've been making, expansion of the programs and maturing them and bringing automation. Quick reminder of our strategic priorities. This slide, which we've discussed in the past, continues to be our guiding map as we advance the enterprise compliance and risk programs. We remain focused on the integration of people, processes, and technology to effectively manage and mitigate compliance and ethics risks. As we walk through today's presentation, I will highlight for you key initiatives of the compliance and risk programs implemented in alignment with CalPERS business needs and our strategic priorities to ensure effective governance and risk management. These include an overview of the Compliance Advisory Services Program structure and how the program supports CalPERS compliance and risk management goals, Personal Trade Manager, implementation of tools and processes to oversee and manage personal trading activities, increasing assurance of compliance with ethical standards and regulatory requirements. The Gift and Entertainment module, which serves as a centralized disclosure and attestation platform and promotes transparency and adherence to organizational policies. We will discuss our process to evaluate team members' outside business activities and interests focused on identifying and mitigating potential conflicts of interest. There is also the Form 700 administration process enhancements aimed at timely and accurate compliance with regulatory requirements, enhanced review, and accountability. We continue to build upon our compliance onboarding processes to educate new employees on compliance policies and expectations and build a strong foundation for ethical behavior and accountability. And finally, our strategic and operational outcome measures, established to evaluate the effectiveness of compliance initiatives and ensure alignment with organizational goals and continuous improvement. The next slide outlines the implementation timeline for these initiatives, as well as other key milestones. We are on track to implement a more formal third-party agreement conflict check, which leverages the expanded technology and data foundation. The goal of the Compliance Advisory Service Program is to provide clear advice, guidance, and oversight to reinforce compliance with CalPERS financial disclosure requirements. We've established a strong foundation by developing a formal advisory program, standardizing procedures, and implementing technology to support risk-based compliance monitoring. Moving forward, we are maturing these functions by leveraging technology for disclosures and other routine filings to gain the advantage of automation while upskilling team members through continuous education and cross-training. These efforts will result in the automation of routine tasks, a shift toward a more focused and tailored advice, and a robust system for risk-based compliance assurance. Ultimately, this program strengthens our ability to proactively manage risks and maintain transparency. Between February 2023 and September 2024, we implemented a new technology vendor and automated data feeds to reduce manual processes and improve data integrity. Additional enhancements include corporate tree search functions and rules to strengthen compliance and restricted list monitoring, as well as expanded metrics and rule sets to oversee covered person activity. These efforts have resulted in the monitoring of over 3,000 trades across approximately 1,200 accounts in fiscal year 2024-25, demonstrating the program's ability to provide robust oversight and proactive risk management. The Gift and Entertainment module, implemented in October 2023, has improved employee understanding of gift rules, strengthened transparency, and ensured clear documentation of gifts to resolve potential conflicts of interest. The module provides a monthly gift disclosure and attestation platform for CalPERS team leaders, while staff are able to offer guidance on gift acceptance and disclosure rules. Since its launch, it has increased awareness of the state gift laws and compliance requirements, with 90% of monthly attestations completed on time and approximately 270 inquiries regarding gifts, travel, and conferences received during fiscal 24-25. These efforts enhance accountability and support effective compliance monitoring across the organization. The Outside Business Activities and Interests Initiative, formally launched in July 2025, enhances the identification and management of potential conflicts of interest related to team members' external activities. A standardized process and supporting tools were developed to ensure compliance with CalPERS in California conflict of interest rule sets, while providing leadership with the necessary information to address risks effectively. Since its soft launch in January 2025, the program has increased employee awareness of compliance processes and rule sets while offering advice, guidance, and informational resources to both team members and their leaders. This initiative helps build clarity and trust while supporting a culture of compliance. The Form 700 Administration Initiative, spanning June 2022 to June 2025, has significantly improved filer awareness of disclosure rules, resulting in more informed decision-making and increased compliance. Over 3,000 Form 700 reviews have been completed since 2022, supported by onboarding sessions and annual team leader reviews to assess financial interests and identify potential conflicts of interest. Enhanced reviews have reduced amendment requests by approximately 70% since 2021, improving disclosure accuracy and efficiency. Additionally, escalation and follow-up processes were implemented to resolve outstanding filings and ensure timely completion of AG ethics training, further strengthening compliance across all FPPC required components. The Compliance Onboarding Program, active since July 2021, ensures new covered persons, senior leaders, and board members are equipped with the knowledge and tools to navigate compliance requirements effectively. The program also refreshes current team members when they change positions, tailoring financial disclosure and conflict of interest guidance to their specific roles and responsibilities. By conducting approximately 400 onboarding sessions, including approximately 250 pre-hire compliance discussions, the initiative has strengthened trust between ECRG and team members from the start and proactively identified potential conflicts of interest before they become issues. The program supports informed decision-making and fosters a culture of compliance across the organization. Each year, ECRG sends out a compliance and risk survey to all CalPERS team members to solicit feedback and assess the effectiveness of our program and efforts. For fiscal year 2024-25, ECRG achieved a 95% positive response rate in the Compliance and Risk Annual Survey, demonstrating the effectiveness of ECRG's communications and training efforts. Key contributions include enterprise-wide education on compliance topics such as personal trading, gifts, travel, and outside business activity requirements supported by enhanced tools and guidance. Additionally, ECRG has integrated compliance program overviews into new employee orientation and CalPERS management practices trainings, further embedding compliance awareness across the organization. In the prior fiscal year, ECRG achieved key compliance milestones, including 99.75% of Form 700s submitted on time and 99.81% of annual mandatory trainings completed, both on target. ECRG continues to enhance tools and processes for timely Form 700 submissions while partnering with HR to distribute training memos and provide compliance reports to leadership, ensuring training completion rates remain high. Additionally, onboarding is conducted for all new covered persons and Form 700 filers. For example, as it relates to personal trading regulations, in addition to participating in our onboarding program, they are offered bi-monthly trainings to reinforce the rules and requirements. These efforts reflect a strong commitment to maintaining compliance excellence and reducing risk across the organization. In closing, the progress we've made across our compliance initiatives demonstrates our commitment to fostering a culture of integrity, transparency, and accountability. By leveraging technology, refining processes, and empowering our people, we've built a strong foundation for proactive risk management and compliance excellence. Moving forward, we will continue to enhance these efforts to ensure alignment with organizational goals and regulatory requirements. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Great. Are there any questions? Thank you. Okay, great. Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, we're trying to get you on. Just give 1 second. There we go. Great. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Starl, Oregon. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the excellent report and aligning all the enhancements. It's obvious there's been some great outcomes. There's been some great progress. So congratulations on you and your team for that. Looking into the future, future direction, future accountability. What does the roadmap look like in the next phase of compliance modernization, even though I get a sense where you're going? But more importantly, how will the board be able to measure your progress?
Thank you for the question and the compliment. The future is going to be a continuation. We have built a lot of the improvements into the infrastructure that we wanted. We got the technology. We're using that to continue to focus on getting away from manual practices, automating as much as we can. Our efficiency has increased significantly through this effort. And now it's a matter of continuing to make sure that that is touching all areas across the enterprise. In particular, on the risk side, with some of the work we've already done, we're going to continue to expand that across all branches. And again, these compliance programs will continue to mature, and we will continue to do the training and education. As to your second question, we spend a lot of time as we've been developing these things. We're beginning to see the return of some metrics as these programs turn to automation and get more full usage. We are looking for ways to add that to our monthly compliance reports. When we find metrics that we believe actually provide information, tell a story, let you see through and understand the condition of compliance or risk, we will do that. In the interim, until we are able to develop those, I think it's been a little over a year since the last time we made changes to the monthly report. We're still trying to use all of the new approaches to these historical activities, but find a way to have that give us meaningful metrics that we can add. But in the interim, I will continue to come and provide updates like these, probably even as we begin to add new metrics to our monthly reporting.
This sounds good, actually. But just a quick follow-up. You mentioned technology, and how we matured. Is there any a benchmark or industry standard measures that you are using to determine when CalPERS compliance program has matured to best in its class? I didn't mean to cause that.
I would say all the elements of a best-in-class compliance program on the compliance side. We're still continuing to enhance the infrastructure on the risk side, but all of the elements of a best-in-class compliance program from the private sector that I operated for over 35 years exists now here at CalPERS. What we need to do is continue to, thank you, to expand their use, to build the familiarity. We are also looking, we don't believe we've used all of the technology's capability. So we spend a lot of time assessing our activities and seeing, are there other things that we can move into this platform that will allow for the automation, help us keep, a reasonable amount of staff without having to add loads and loads of people to handle manual paper processing. So we'll continue to do that. But truthfully, I would say all of the elements are there now.
Good to hear. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rufino. I'll go to Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Flint, for your report. I wanted to talk to you about the key outcomes, the 99.75% of the Form 700 forms being submitted timely on target. I know that there was a transition with respect to the system now going through the department, through the Secretary of State, and fill out those forms. How has that process been? Has it been more seamless, or has there been any hiccups along the way?
I'm not sure I'm following. Are you talking about the change for directors where CalPERS is no longer the the filing officer?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
No difference from our side. And one thing, if we hadn't made it clear before, I'll make it clear right now. Because we're no longer your filing officer, that doesn't mean that if you don't have issues, any of the board members, with their filings, they have questions, they want advice, any challenges in getting them filed or getting updates made, we will continue to do our review that we do every year, the 100% review of all Form 700s, which will include the boards, even though we're not the filing officer, so that we can help point out if we see anything. We'll continue to communicate with you and say, hey, you might want to amend this, you might want to amend that. But other than that, no change for us.
There's no change whatsoever then. And in terms of the success of the 99.75%, I mean, do you feel you can get to 100? I'm just curious, your thoughts.
I don't know that we can get to 100 over a year's time, but we hit 100 on many months. And if you look at the compliance reports submitted, I know at least a couple of them, the Form 700 numbers were 100% for that particular month.
Fantastic.
The challenge generally comes in the annual filings. It's a big, long slog for that first 3 months of the year. We're trying to put out as much information. We've developed new reporting that we send to all supervisors and managers of Form 700 filers so that they know if their folks have filed or not, so they can help us encourage them to meet the April 1 deadline. But you'll always have people on leave of absence, military leave, FMLA, something like that. But I'm very encouraged that if you look and when we changed that last year, you now have a year running. There's a lot of 100% in there for any given year, so we're pretty pleased about that.
Well, I just want to say, Mr. Flint, I really appreciate the process, and I had to do the filing multiple times this year, but one for the board and one for the election process, and I was really impressed by the whole system and the filings and so forth, and the support that I received from the Enterprise Compliance Department. I really felt supported and provided me the insight that I needed to make sure that the filings were filed correctly and on time and without any compliance. So again, I want to congratulate your staff and your team on a great job, and I'm looking forward to awesome success.
On behalf of all of us, thank you. I mean, that's our goal. We want to, we want to make it so that folks are encouraged to come talk with us, that we are easy to deal with, that we help them find answers or solutions to issues. That is a big part of what we do. For those of you who were here when I first joined, I talked about our job is really advice, guidance, and oversight. Oversight is only a third. Our big benefit that we try to provide here is that advice and guidance, because that's going to do the most to help folks avoid the landmines and the tripwires as we move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Pacheco. I don't see any other requests for comment. Thank you, Mr. Fine. So we'll move on to summary of committee direction. Mr. Fine?
I noted no direction.
Great, thank you. Now we will move on to public comment. And we will call down J.J. Jelensik as our first commenter.
J.J. Jelensik. I had requested to speak on 9C and 9D, but did not get called up at that time. Or I'm sorry, 4C and 4D, my fault. 4C is the quarterly status report. And it's telling you about the audit findings that have been unresolved for at least a year, 15 months ago. It's a June 30 report. I may be naive, but I believe that if you actually are concerned with this, you would want to see a report more current. And in 2.5 months, the staff ought to be able to bring you a report that is as of the end of the fourth quarter. How important that is to you, I guess we'll find out later this morning. On 4D, which is the Enterprise Compliance Report, In the May report, there was a finding that the reporting party alleges a 800 number was created to gather member information. That charge was substantiated. What was your reaction to that through your staff? Case closed. You would think you would want to do something. In July, there was an allegation that the reporting party alleges a CalPERS retiree is working in violation of the post-retirement employment laws. It's a violation that was found to be true. What was this system's response? What was your response through staff? Closed. Why bother investigating if you're not going to take any action other than closing the account or closing the complaint? And again, we will see how serious that is to you in a few hours. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if I had identified myself at the beginning, did I? He knows who I am. Okay,
Thank you, sir. We all know who you are. All right, good morning. Are there any members of the public that'd like to comment on this item? There's one more on the telephone.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have John Holden here to speak to item 5C. John, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Yes, hi. My name is John Holden. I've been directed to the Risk and Audit Committee. I am a native San Franciscan. I sat on the NorCal Waste Systems, now Recology Pension Board. I understand that the Golden Gate Bridge Amalgamated Transit Union called GTARP is being considered to come into the CalPERS plan. I requested a Freedom of Information Act from the CalPERS. I was denied any and all records based on government's section 7922 by a Brad Pacheco, Deputy Executive Officer of CalPERS Communications. My concern is I am a participant in that GG TARP plan that is being looked at to take on. I have seen significant audit and risk in taking that plan up. And I wanted to see what is being put forward by the parties because the lawyers are now pointing fingers at each other of who's responsible for form and who's responsible for content. So I find that the comments of transparency and risk management, when I cannot even get one paper from CalPERS, is seeing what they are putting forward as far as the risk of taking on this GG TARP plan. And I have concerns about the conflict of interest of directors that obviously this is the Golden Gate Bridge, and there's Director Malia Cohen, who I know, and Fiona Ma, who would have contact with that organization. It's going to boil down to what's the liabilities here, and hopefully the CalPERS will do a forensic audit on the plan before they take on this sinking ship. Thank you so much, and hopefully I can get some records from my tracking number is 9072 for my public records request, which I made in July 2nd, and it was delayed for collection, and then finally denied. So much for transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any other callers? Any other public comment? No. To the CEO, good morning. You heard the caller and you heard the request, the public records request. Is there any member of the staff that you could direct that could revisit his
Yeah, we'll follow up on it.
public records? Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. All right, colleagues, is there anything else? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We will recess now and go into closed sessions for items 1 through 3. Thank you. right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seat. We are ready to reconvene and get back into open session. This officially adjourns our committee meeting. Thank you.
Board of Administration meeting. And with that, I will ask for roll call.
Teresa Taylor,
Here?
David Miller. Here. Malia Cohen. Here. Michael DeToy. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Present. Lisa Middleton. Present. Arena Ortega. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Yvonne Walker. Here. Melissa Willett. Here. Dr. Gail Willis.
Is she here? Gail? That's okay. All right, so I'm going to read this for you, Gail. Because we're not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public, Bagley Keene requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that one, they are alone, or two, they have one or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board member's relationship to each person. So, Gail, at this time, I will ask you to attest to one or the other.
Yes, I do attest to that fact that I am alone. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to recess for, I don't know how long, into a closed session for items 1 and 2 from the closed session agenda, but we will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. So thank you, everybody, and if we could clear the auditorium. Probably an hour, I'm hoping. open session. With that, I'd like to go ahead and have the roll call one more time.
Teresa Taylor,
Here?
David Miller. Here. Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Lisa Middleton. Present. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
She's here.
Melissa Willette. Dr. Gail Willis.
She here? No. So not yet, so I can't read. Let me know so that I can read the attestation. All right, with that, can we have Mr. Rubalcaba lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. And with that, Ms. Willette, come on, there we go. Ms. Willette has asked to have a moment of personal privilege. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Taylor. I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize David from our Disability and Survivor Benefits Division, who took a minute to share with me his passion and dedication for the work he does. And what he does is bring care and clarity to families, presumably during the hardest time of their lives. I think our people are our greatest asset, and I'm grateful to David and the entire Disability and Survivor Benefits Division for the dedication and the grace that they bring to their work here at CalPERS. Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Willette. That does remind me, before I get into my president's report, that I also wanted to thank Kim Malm's team and Kim Malm herself for leading me through the difficult process of retiring, because you wouldn't think it would be difficult, but it kind of is. And I just really appreciate the hands-on. I was able to make an appointment with somebody, get walked through everything. So all of you out in the audience, you can make these appointments too. You call up, make an appointment. You can do it online, or you can do it in person. It really helped because my own employer forgot things, right? That CalPERS reminded me to do. So it was very helpful to make sure that you may think you know what you need to do for retirement, but trust me, you don't know everything. So I want to thank Kim and her team and everybody that helped me. So thank you very much. And with that, I will get into the president's report. So I'd like to begin today's report by extending a warm welcome back to Lisa Middleton, who was appointed last week by Governor Gavin Newsom to the CalPERS board representing the insurance industry. So congratulations, Lisa. We are happy to have you back. We look forward to your leadership, insight, and contributions as we work together to serve our members, employers, and stakeholders. And your experience and dedication to public service will undoubtedly strengthen our efforts to ensure the financial security of California's public employees. So again, welcome back, and I look forward to always asking for your advice. So welcome back. And now I'm going to talk about the Pellwin Award. So I'm going to actually go through it. While we're looking at some good news, the Ember Advancing Organization Award, presented to Marcy Frost and Anton Orlick on behalf of CalPERS by the Private Equity Women Investors Network last month. So, and I really think that we need to congratulate the organization, Marcy and Anton in particular, because this award honors the work of our teams that have been doing for a long time now to advance gender equity in the financial industry. And it highlights 3 specific efforts that have helped lay the foundation for women in the industry. First, our corporate governance engagements, where we advocate for diverse boards of the companies we invest in. Second is our long-standing commitment to emerging and diverse managers that have opened doors for underrepresented investment managers. And finally, CalPERS events like Pathways for Women and Catalysts, California's Emerging and Diverse Investment Manager Forum. They have been instrumental in providing career-changing networking opportunities for women and people of all backgrounds. I'm proud of the CalPERS policies and programs that help build a financial ecosystem that not only reflects the communities we serve, but also helps drive investment returns through innovative opportunities that might otherwise be overlooked. Anton was on hand to accept the award in New York. So I want to thank you for doing that for us, Anton. I don't know if he's here somewhere. Nope. Okay. So next I want to talk about our ice cream social. I don't know if all of you were around for the ice cream social. So I kind of wanted to take a moment to reflect on the fun we had yesterday. It was a great opportunity for us to come together as a board, connect with our team members, and celebrate the camaraderie and teamwork that make CalPERS such a special organization. And events like these remind us of the importance of fostering a positive and inclusive workplace culture. And I want to thank all the board members who participated. Your engagement and enthusiasm were truly appreciated. I don't know how many of you kept your funny named badges. I know I saw one in the back. And I know the team enjoyed the opportunity to interact with you in a more informal setting. And then I also want to especially thank everyone who helped organize the event, because I know that's hard to do. It was a really sweet way to organize and celebrate the hard work we do together. So thank you very much. I want to recognize that it is Suicide Prevention Month. September is National Suicide Prevention Month. It is observed every September, and it's a time dedicated to raising awareness about suicide prevention, reducing stigma, and supporting those affected by suicide. It encourages open conversations about mental health and promotes access to resources and emphasizes the importance of seeking help. The month serves as an important reminder that help is available, including from CalPERS health plans, that no one has to face their struggles alone. And then finally, at the beginning of the month, we did celebrate Labor Day. Labor Day is a federal holiday celebrated in the United States on the first Monday of September. There was a whole lot of infighting going on to get it to that day rather than May Day. But anyway, it recognizes the American labor movement and the works and contribution of laborers and unionists to the development and achievements of workers' rights in the United States. So just remember, labor brought you the weekends, sick leave, vacation, workplace safety, and many other benefits that only were given to us because of our struggles from our labor brothers and sisters of the past. My own mother worked in a munitions factory during World War II. She was a union steward that I didn't find out about till I became a union steward, which was weird. But anyway, and then after that, she worked in Maytag and was also a union steward. So I think it's important that we recognize our families in the past and those of us currently that are working in labor to remember and all those folks and remember that they struggled in the labor movement, and some of them dying in the labor movement, so that they can make better lives for themselves, their families, and the communities, and for all workers in the U.S. And with that, I'll turn this over to Marcy for her CEO report.
Dr. Willis is online now.
Oh, thank you. Hold on one second, Marcy. Dr. Willis, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So guess what?
Yeah.
So I need an attestation again that you are either alone or if you have somebody there present with you that they're at least 18 years old, etc.
Yes, I am alone.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Willis. Go ahead, Ms. Frost.
All right. Good morning, President Taylor and members of the board. So this morning, I want to talk to you a bit about the importance of preserving transparency in our markets and upholding shareholder rights. Last night, CalPERS sent a letter to the Securities and Exchange Commission expressing our strong opposition to the reversal of the Commission's longstanding policy against forced arbitration. Unfortunately, we learned this morning that the SEC did vote 3-1 to move ahead with the policy change anyway. Reuters has since reported. Forced arbitration would block investors from joining together in court to hold companies accountable for securities fraud. These class action lawsuits are a critical way to hold companies accountable for defrauding investors. This would not only reduce recovery for harmed investors, but also diminish the deterrent effect that class action suits often provide. In 2024, private securities class action lawsuits recovered about $2.74 billion for investors, compared with $345 million distributed as a result of SEC enforcement actions. For decades, the SEC has rejected forced arbitration provisions as incompatible with its mandate to protect investors and promote healthy capital markets. Rolling back this policy will tilt the playing field in favor of corporations and away from investors like CalPERS. The SEC's historic policy remains aligned with the interest of investors, public companies, public markets, and the public interest. There is no reason that it needs to be changed. CalPERS represents more than 2 million members whose retirement security depends on fair, transparent, and accountable markets. We are committed to standing up for market practices that protect investors. In other matters, we'll move on from that topic. In other matters, I want to remind everyone that our educational forum is set for October 13th through the 15th in Palm Desert. We have about 1,000 employers, representatives, registered, and I'm sure that number will grow as we get closer to October. And then finally, I do want to highlight the continued impact of our Pathways for Women conference that was held in August. I appreciate the public comment from Monday. Of the attendees surveyed, 31% of the attendees did provide feedback, and the results were overwhelmingly positive. Nearly all participants, 99%, agreed that the sessions they attended addressed issues important to them, while 95% said the sessions were helpful to their career growth. Overall satisfaction was exceptionally high, with 98% rating the experience as excellent or good. Most importantly, 88% of the attendees indicated that they would participate in future Pathways for Women's events. So that does conclude my report. It's a little bit shorter this month, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I am not seeing any questions from the board on this, but I do have public comment on item 4. So that's Margaret Brown.
Thank you. Good morning. President Taylor, members of the Board of Administration. My name is Margaret Brown, President of RPEA. Currently, they're passing a letter around that documents my comments this morning. We are in the middle of a CalPERS board election, a time when members deserve open, fair, and unbiased access to information so they can decide for themselves who best represents their interest. Yet in the midst of this campaign, CalPERS released perspectives praising private equity as if it were an unquestionable solution to the PERS-funded status. And let's be honest, what they gave us wasn't perspective at all. It was a glossy narrative declaring private equity is awesome. Real perspective means hearing both sides, the risks and the rewards. What CalPERS gave us was a sales pitch. At this very moment, members are not voting on whether private equity is good or bad. They are voting on the people who will oversee these decisions, people who must weigh risk, fees, transparency, and accountability. But when the system itself publishes a paper touting private equity in the middle of an election, when several candidates are running on platforms questioning those very investments, it begins to look less like information and more like influence. This is dangerous territory because if the largest pension fund in the country, backed by billions of our dollars, begins shaping the debate during an election, this is not neutrality. This is taking sides, and it undermines the trust of every member who expects a fair process. We know equity comes with high costs, lack of transparency, and long-term risk. Those are legitimate policy debates, and members should be free to choose representatives who reflect their concerns. But that choice must be free from interference. So I ask you, why now? Why in the heat of a contested election does CalPERS feel compelled to release promotional material for a controversial strategy? If this was about education, it could have waited. If it was about transparency, it could have included both sides of the debate. Members deserve better. We deserve elections that are fair, open, and not tilted by the very institution we are electing people to oversee. This isn't just about private equity. It's about integrity. It's about democracy within CalPERS, and it's about making sure that our retirement system works for us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. With that, I have the action consent items on deck, and we have the approval of the minutes, board travel, timed agendas, and the committee meeting schedule. What's the, okay, moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Palkey. Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item 6, A, B, C, and D. I have not received any request to pull any of those items. That's the board meeting calendar, draft agenda for November, general counsel's report, and stakeholder relations report. So with that, I will move on to the committee reports, and that starts with the investment committee. Hold on a second. I don't know. All right, Mr. Miller.
Hello. The Investment Committee met on September 15th, 2025. The committee received reports on the following topics: CalPERS Trust Level Review, Asset Liability Management, First Reading of Public Employees Retirement Fund Recommendations, and Global Fixed Income and Global Public Equity Annual Program Reviews. The chair directed staff to conduct a risk assessment associated with owning Tesla stock. The committee heard public comment on the following topics: climate change, private equity, and Tesla. At this time, I'd like to share some highlights of what to expect at the November Investment Committee meeting. Asset Liability Management, Public Employees Retirement Fund Recommendations. Total Fund Portfolio Management and Sustainable Investments Annual Program Reviews. Diversity in the Management of Investments, AB 890. Responsible Contract Policy Annual Review, and a consultant review of CalPERS divestments. The next meeting of the Investment Committee is scheduled for November 12th, 2025 in Sacramento, California, and that concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller. With that, we move on to Pension Health Benefits Committee and Mr. Rubalcaba. Maybe. There we go.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the committee report for the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. The Pension and Health Benefits Committee met on September 16, 2025. The committee received a report on the following topic. The committee received a presentation from CVS as part of the Health Spotlight series. The committee received public comment regarding appreciation for Pathways for Women's Conference, concern over Blue Shield's process for handling prior authorizations, and a request to cap premiums on health plans. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the November meeting of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. Health benefits program proposals for the 2027 plan year will be approved, and the CalPERS Health Benefits Program Annual Report for plan year 2024 will be released. The next meeting of the Pension Health Benefits Committee is scheduled for November 18, 2025 in Sacramento, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. And with that, we move on to Finance Administration Committee meeting, and with that, that's Kevin Palkey.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Administration Committee met on September 16th, 2025. The committee recommends, and I move, the board approve the following. Agenda item 5A, approve making no changes to the discount rate and expected investment rate of return as a result of the risk mitigation event occurring for period ending June 30th, 2025, since the formal asset liability management ALM process is underway during the 2025 year. Agenda item 5B, approve recommendation to amend sections 588, 588.1, 588.2, 588.3, 588.4, 588.6, 588.7, and 588.8, and repeal sections 588.5, 588.9, and 588.10 of Article 7.6 of Subchapter 1 of Chapter 2 of Division 1 of Title 2 of the California Code of Regulations to clarify the California Public Employees Retirement Systems, CalPERS operational procedures for maintaining risk pools, and to refine criteria for rate plans to enter and cease participation in a risk pool.
On advice from committee, movement from committee, is there any discussion on this? All right, hearing no discussion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willette. Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Mr. Pelkey, go ahead.
Thank you. The committee received reports on the following topics: annual actuarial valuation terminated agency pool and asset liability management first reading perf actuarial assumptions. At this time, I'd like to share some highlights of what to expect at the November Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Semi-annual contracting perspective report, contracts administration, affirmation of investment manager contracts without defined duration, annual discharge of accounts receivable, pension contracts management report, annual contracts and procurement activity report, the 2025-26 mid-year budget revisions, the 24-25 basic financial statements, asset liability management, the second reading perf actuarial assumptions, and the semi-annual health plan financial report. The next meeting for the Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for November 18th, 2025 in Sacramento, California.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey. With that, we're going to move on to Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee. Ms. Willette.
Thank you. The Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee met on September 16th, 2025. And the next meeting of the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee will be November 2025 in Sacramento, California. The committee will expect to hear the board's primary executive and investment compensation consultant request for proposal, finalist approval, and review of the CEO performance evaluation process.
Thank you. Let me make sure. And with that, I will move on to Risk and Audit. Malia, I need your microphone. Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of the Risk and Audit Committee, I just want you to note that we met on September 11th, 2025, and interviewed 4 outstanding firms for the independent financial statement auditor. And this is important for you to know because it is this company whose sole responsibility is to provide an audit of CalPERS basic financial statements. And this is to make sure that this organization is within good standing and that they are using the generally accepted accounting principles, also known as GAAP, to ensure that the guardrails are there to make sure that the information that we are collecting and disseminating is accurate, fair, and true. So this is our effort to be transparent with you on our external audit function. So agenda item 3A, which was the external auditor request for proposal, the finalist interviews and finalist selection. approved the award to the contract to BDO USA as the highest ranking finalist, subject to final negotiations and satisfactions of all requirements, and also to direct staff to begin contract negotiations for the contract with BDO USA. Now, if staff, in its discretion, concludes that negotiations are unsuccessful, staff shall begin contract negotiations with Plant Moran, which was the next highest scoring finalist, so on and so forth, down the list. Thank
So you make that motion?
That is the motion.
All right. On committee motion, any discussion on the motion? All right, with that, can we have a roll call vote?
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Michael DeToy.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino. Lisa Middleton.
Aye.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
Hand me the box of Kleenex. Thank you, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cohen. We have the Risk and Audit Committee now.
Yes, so the Risk and Audit Committee met today, September 17th. There were no action items, there were no action agenda items. The committee received reports on the following topics: an update on the compliance advisory services. The committee heard public comments on the following topics: agenda item 4C, which was the quarterly status report. We also heard comments from John Holden, who submitted a PRA number 9072, which is seeking communications on the Golden Gate Transit Amalgamated Retirement Plan, trying to merge with CalPERS. I asked that the director or the CEO respond to John Holden directly with regard to his PRA request. And then at this time, I'd like to share some highlights of what to expect for November's 2025 Risk and Audit Committee meeting. Are you ready? Okay. It's very exciting. We've got at the top of the list an independent auditor's report for fiscal year 24-25. I'm excited. I hope you'll join me in this meeting. Also on this agenda, we're going to review the independent auditor's management letter. So you don't want to sleep on this. This is important. The next meeting of the Risk and Audit Committee is scheduled for November 14th, 2025, right here in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. In the middle of this, we had a caller that wanted to speak on 6D. Since we're past that, I'll go ahead and take that caller now.
Yes, President Taylor, we have John Holden here to speak to item 6D. John, you are now live and can make your comments.
Yes, hi, my name's John Holden. I'm a native San Franciscan. I sat on the private pension board, where it was called NorCal Waste Systems, and now it's called Recology. And Malia Cohen and Fiona Ma might know of the San Francisco Garbage Company. Anyways, I'm participating now in the Golden Gate Bridge Transit Amalgamated Plan. I've been monitoring the plan. They want to merge into CalPERS, but there's significant, very significant audit problems. I would not rely on their numbers, the independent auditor, or anything that they're putting forward. I would urge CalPERS to do their own deep forensic audit before they take on this plan. They have still not legally adopted who's responsible for the plan, whether it's the Golden Gate Bridge or the Amalgamated Transit Union. It's severely underfunded. And I've put in a Freedom of Information request, and that was denied by Brad Pacheco for even any email or any information regarding the numbers they're putting forward on this plan. I would like to memorialize my statement here that it has significant legal issues, and there's going to be some significant legal liabilities regarding this plan, and probably conflicts of interest regarding the relationship between the Golden Gate Bridge and some of the board members and the unions involved. So I would like a lot of eyes on this, and if the numbers are correct, that's great. But if the numbers are coming in very low, or this Titanic of a plan, I would seek legal counsel. And the legal counsel is already pointing fingers at each other regarding who's responsible for the content and who's responsible for the form, whether it's the board itself of the GG TARP board or its third-party administrator, which is a newly required situation. I would not trust their numbers either. Thank you for my comments.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item, which is our proposed decisions for administrative law judges. Oh, David, I'm sorry. I just automatically think it and thought it would work.
Okay, thank you, President Taylor. I move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 8A1 through 8A5 and 8A7 through 8A9 with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda items 8A1 and to remand the proposed decision at agenda item 8A6 for the taking of additional evidence as argued by staff.
On the recommendation, is there, do I need a second?
I'll second.
Yeah. All right, I have a second. Is there any discussion on the matter? With that, I'll take a roll call vote.
David Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Michael Detoy, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Lorena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willette, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
Okay, and now I move to deny the petition for reconsideration at agenda item 8B1.
Second. Seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Any discussion on the matter? All right, seeing no discussion, can we have another vote?
David Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Michael Detoy, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Lorena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willette, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, sounds like motion carries. And with that, I am moving on to item 8C, the diversity, equity, and inclusion request for proposal selection of finalists for interviews. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Pacheco.
Good morning, Mr. President, or Madam President, and members of the board. Brad Pacheco, CalPERS team. Earlier this year, the board directed the team to issue a request for proposal to identify a consultant who could perform an assessment on CalPERS DEI framework and our initiatives and recommend opportunities to strengthen our efforts. We've completed that process, and in response, we received 36 proposals from firms. 26 of those advanced to the technical evaluation stage where the team scored them against the criteria that's outlined in the agenda item. The scoring committee included Doug Hoffner, our Chief Operating Officer, Miguel Silva and Tamara Sells from the Investment Office, and myself. Based on the evaluation, we're recommending that the board interview the 6 highest scoring firms. The recommended firms bring expertise in DEI assessments, advising large public institutions and helping organizations embed equity and inclusion into operations. We have provided the board all of the proposals and the scoring matrix in case you wish to expand the interview pool beyond the 6 that we're recommending. Once the board approves the firms to be interviewed, the team will open and score fee proposals and provide those results at the time of the interviews, which are currently scheduled on November 3rd, which is a Monday. So with that, Madam President, that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So we have to make a motion to accept the 6 or not accept the 6. Is that correct?
Correct, or to add or delete from the 6.
Add or delete from the 6. Do I have any discussion from the board members on this? Have they had a chance to read, and are they good with the 6? Okay, I don't see any issues. Okay, so you want to make a motion? Go ahead. Hold on one. Well, actually, I have Kevin Sorry.
Actually, I was going to motion to approve the 6 as is.
I was going to do the same thing.
Sorry. Well, you're not on the thing. He was before you. So go ahead and second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Mr. Palkey, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. With that, I need a roll call vote again.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Aye. Michael DeToy. Aye. Frank Ruffino. Lisa Middleton.
Abstain.
Lorena Ortega. Aye. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Aye. Melissa Willett.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, so motion passes. And with that, we are going to move into the state and federal legislative update. And did I miss something? I'm sorry, I did. Chief Executive Officer Incentive Award. So that means Michelle Tucker. Thank you. I just wanted to skip right by that. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, members of the board. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. The board's compensation policy for executive and investment management position requires an annual review of the performance for the CEO. Agenda item 8D is an action item resulting from the Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee's closed session evaluation of the CEO's fiscal year 24-25 performance. All members of the board were encouraged to participate in the committee's performance discussion. Based on the committee's closed session evaluation, along with the incentive metrics outcomes, the resulting fiscal year 24-25 incentive award for the CEO is $766,782. Based on the committee's closed session evaluation, the CEO's 25-26 base salary is $619,440. These calculations were conducted in accordance with the board's policy using the assigned ratings and weightings and the CEO's fiscal year 24-25 base salary. Thank you, members of the committee. That includes my review of this action item.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I appreciate that. With that, I will now move into our state and federal legislative update.
We need to vote.
We need to vote?
Yeah.
And there's public comment for this item as well.
I don't have public comment here. Wait, hold on. I might. All right, so with that, I do need a motion and a second. Move approval. Can I get a second? Thank you. It has been motioned and seconded. Before the vote, we'll go ahead and do public comments. And I don't know what I did with my public comment paper. We have to do the public comment. So hold on. You guys have a copy of the public comment? I had it here. I don't know where it went.
We have Al Darby and JJ Jelenzik.
Okay, so Al Darby, JJ Jelenzik, come on down. Where did it go? Oh, and Margaret, it looks like. There it is. I found it. And a caller on the phone. Okay. It's too much paper.
JJ Jelenzik, RPEA. Every year, at least a couple of times, you will see a list of the highest paying jobs that don't require beyond a high school education. RPA is always surprised that the CEO for CalPERS doesn't make that list. You are important. Your staff is important. But CalPERS is a relatively small state agency with 3,000 employees. The CEO is not making medical decisions, and so you're not paying for those skill sets. The CEO does not make investment decisions, so you should not be paying for those skill sets. The CEO carries out the board policy. The CEO manages the staff of 3,000 people. They also provide services in terms of PR. which means that they have to know the buzzwords. They don't necessarily have to understand them, but they have to know what they are. I really encourage you to look at what you are paying for what skill sets. The pay should reflect the skill sets you are using, and I thank you.
Thank you, Margaret Brown, President, RPEA. The CEO of CalPERS, Marcy Frost, is walking away with an enormous salary and bonus, almost 1.4 million, as I scratched out the numbers back there. And for what? The CEO is not the one making investment decisions. She is not making bets in the market. She is an administrator running a staff, signing off on policies, and presiding over a fund today that is still less than 80% funded. So let's think about that. Less than 80%. That means promises to hardworking public servants, firefighters, nurses, clerks, and maintenance workers remain underfunded. And instead of fixing that, instead of building confidence that pensions will be secure, this board rewards the CEO, a state administrator, with a Wall Street-sized payout. This is the kind of sycophantic behavior we expect from Donald Trump's cabinet, Elon Musk's Tesla board, and corporate hedge funds, not from a public agency that is supposed to safeguard retirement security. While retirees must tighten their belts because of inflation and out-of-control healthcare costs, the CalPERS CEO gets a fat check. Let's be clear, bonuses are meant to reward extraordinary results, but most of these results have not been realized. CalPERS is still chasing risky bets in private equity deals and still spinning glossy narratives and still ignoring the fact that its members and employers are paying the price for chronic underfunding. So I ask you, how can you justify this? How can you defend paying outrageous bonuses to a state administrator? It's time to stop treating CalPERS like a corporate playground and start treating it like what it is, a public trust. The money does not belong to Marcy Frost. It belongs to the members. It belongs to the retirees. And every dollar that goes into oversized bonuses is a dollar not strengthening the fund for the future. This bonus is wrong, it's excessive, and it must end. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Al Darby, Vice President of Retired Public Employees Association. RPEA opposes the outsized compensation package that is proposed for the CalPERS CEO. While a bonus is certainly in order, this is disproportionate compared to other pension funds, and it drives future CalPERS CEO pay to an unsustainable level. Beyond this, the PERF hasn't been anywhere near 100% since 2007. It was 101% in mid-2007, 18 years ago. After the 2008 financial meltdown, the PERF fell to 55% funded. And when our current CEO came aboard, 2017, it was in the mid-60s. Today, we stand at 79% funded, with 100% still a pipe dream, apparently. Private equity props up the 11.6% gain, but these are unrealized gains, so we're not certain that the valuations are correct. So that's another issue, too. The S&P 500 stood at 666 in March 2009. That was the bottom of the financial crisis. And now it stands around 6,500. That's a 10 times increase. Had the PERF, the public equities portion of the PERF, which was around 90 billion at that time, back in 2009 when the PERF value was at its bottom, 55%. Had that 90 billion of public equity been in the S&P 500, it would be 10 times higher now, or 900 billion. So that assumes that it's all in U.S. stocks in order to achieve that result. It would be well in excess of 100%. The elusive 100% funded status is definitely a shortcoming of the current administration. 100% funding is possible. Utah, Tennessee, New York are in the well over 100% funded. Overall, California pension funds are at 89% funded right now. So you can see that there's a deficit here at CalPERS, and it seems to us at RPEA that that deficit should not be as great as it is. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I have a caller on the phone for 8D. We have 2 callers on the phone for 8D. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Dev Berger to speak to item 8D. Dev, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you very much, and good morning to the board. My name is Dev Berger. I'm a retired CalPERS member, and as you heard, I'm commenting on the salary increase and incentive award issue. Why is CalPERS considering any of this when the state of California has a budget deficit? I don't understand. And why, when the board is seeing an underfunded PERF at 79%, where we have $150 billion in liabilities, where our health premiums are higher than medical inflation, why do any of these and various other problems deserve a bonus or a salary increase? Members need to understand from the board why on earth mediocre investment performance and vastly increased health premiums over the past decade under Marcy Frost deserve financial rewards. It just goes against logic and common sense. For those of us who've worked in the state for a long time, we know when the PERF was funded at 100% or at least 90%. So we're very worried about our pensions, and we're very, very angry at the high premiums that have been negotiated. I urge the board not to allow salary or bonus increase to someone who hasn't merited this kind of reward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Next, we have Stephen Palmer to speak to item 8D. Stephen, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Palmer. I'm a CalPERS member. I'd like to comment also on item 8D. Now is not the time to be granting salary increases and incentive payments to the CEO or any other executive or management employee at CalPERS. As you are aware, represented employees at CalPERS recently had to make salary and other concessions to the administration to deal with the state budget deficit. CalPERS executives should be making similar concessions. Setting this issue aside, the performance of the CEO does not warrant a salary increase or incentive payment. The funded status of the retirement fund is at 79%. Its investment performance severely lags the returns of the S&P 500, a generally recognized benchmark, as you know, for investment returns. While CalPERS had an 11.6% return for the fiscal year 24-25, the S&P return was 13.7%. In fact, over the past 10 years, which roughly coincides with Ms. Frost's tenure, CalPERS' annualized return has been 7.1%. compared to the S&P, which has seen a 13% annualized return, almost double that of CalPERS. In addition, health plan premium increases have averaged almost 10% over the last 3 years, when medical inflation has been averaging 3.5% per year during this period. Given these results, one questions whether the current CEO is performing her job at a level that deserves a salary increase or bonus. I urge the board to not grant a salary increase or an incentive award to Ms. Frost. Her performance does not warrant it. And lastly, I have to tell you that many members of the public are now aware of the allegations that she misrepresented her credentials to get the job, and the board refused to even investigate. I find that shameful. My 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Any other callers? All right. I think that's it. We were in the middle of voting, correct? Okay. Okay, so with that, go ahead and do the roll call vote on item 8D.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Abstain.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willette.
No.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
Thank you, motion carries. Mr. Pacheco, you wanted to make a statement on 8D?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to explain my abstention to the board and to the membership. My fiduciary responsibility is to all the 2.3 million members. And while CalPERS delivered 11.6% return this year, our funded status improved from 75 to 79%, we remain underfunded. That means our first responsibility must be to straighten the system first. The average CalPERS retiree lives on about $3,500 per month. Many depend on this modest pension as their primary income. In that reality, I cannot justify this action item while we still face such a falling shortfall. I respect our CEO and our staff and our fellow board members, and I value their contribution. But out of loyalty to the CalPERS members and to the system's long-term health, I abstained from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I think we are on 9A, state and federal legislative updates. So, Danny, if you want to take that over, Mr. Brown.
All right. Good morning, Madam President, board members. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. I will also be joined by Yvette Fontenot, our federal representative on healthcare from Impact for the federal portion. But starting with the state, the session ended last Saturday. The governor now has 30 days to sign or veto bills. And then I just want to kind of quickly update you on a few bills that have changed since the written report went out, focusing on the ones that the board has taken a position on. First, our Cal-sponsored bill, SB 853, that has moved to the governor's desk, and so has Senate Bill 351, which codifies the Medical Board of California's guidance on the corporate practice of medicine to explicitly prohibit private equity groups or hedge funds from interfering with the professional judgment of physicians or dentists. They did take amendment at the end to address the concerns raised by the American Investment Council. So as of right now, I don't think there's any opposition to that bill. Assembly Joint Resolution 3 regarding opposition to cuts to and the privatization of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid passed out of both houses, and that resolution has been chaptered. Moving to Assembly Bill 280 that deals with provider directories. The author has made that a 2-year bill due to last-minute amendments that the administration requested. So she wants to take some time to work through those with the administration. So that will be moving on to next year. And then finally, I wanted to update on Senate Bill 41, which deals with PBMs. As you recall, I discussed this at the board offsite. This is a bill that expands on the recently enacted health budget trailer bill that requires PBMs to be regulated and licensed through DMHC when they contract with a state licensed health plan or insurer. As I also mentioned, that we would take a closer look because one of the provisions that was put in SB 41 could appear to apply to PBMs acting on behalf of self-funded plans. However, as it turns out, the provision was removed from the bill earlier this month, so the PBM regulatory and licensing provisions no longer apply to self-funded plans. However, at the same time, language was added to the Business and Profession Code that explicitly states that PBMs have a fiduciary duty to a self-insured employer plan. So that provision would apply to our self-funded plan. That bill has moved to the governor's desk as well. So with that, I will move to the federal update. And before I turn it over to Yvette, I did want to make a couple of comments. First, Marcy and I had the opportunity to meet with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and SEC Chair Paul Atkins earlier this month to provide them a CalPERS overview. The meetings and discussions were productive. Next, we submitted 2 comment letters last week. The first one was a joint comment letter with Covered California to CMS in response to their proposed rule on the 2026 physician fee schedule. In this letter, we expressed support for the payment proposals that hold promise to streamline and increase access to telehealth services, enhanced advanced primary care management, and improve the integrity of Part B drug payments. The second comment letter was submitted to the EPA in response to its proposed rule that would repeal federal greenhouse gas vehicle emission standards, as well as the 2009 legal opinion commonly referred to as the endangerment finding. That is the basis of other existing climate regulations under the Clean Air Act for motor vehicles, power plants, and other pollution sources. In this letter, we urge the EPA to reconsider its proposal because we're concerned that it will result in multiple short and long-term negative consequences due to the regulatory uncertainty, diminished market competitiveness for companies who have already taken steps to comply with existing and scheduled standards, and heightened economic and systematic risks for investors. And so with that, I will turn it over to Yvette, who will provide you with an update on what's happening in DC as it relates to healthcare.
Great, thank you, Danny.
So, can I interrupt for just a second, Yvette? We do have a public, or not public, I'm sorry, one of our board members wanted to make a comment for Danny.
Well, it's actually, thank you first, Mr. Brown. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comment. I just wanted to go back to SB 351, the private equity in health facilities. You mentioned that is it in the governor's office right now?
Well, technically it's in enrollment, but it's on its way.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
And what amendments were made? Were there any additional amendments before heading to that process?
Sure. There was one that, as I mentioned, that was taken at the request of the American Investment Council, and that was really, and I think I raised this before in some of their comments, is they were just concerned that they wanted to protect their proprietary information, so that the bill would, prevent any type of gag clauses or non-compete clauses. But they just want to make sure that if a doctor left to a competing practice, that some of their proprietary material that they have or were using could not be shared. And so I believe they got that amendment. And so, as far as I know, they're no longer opposed to the bill.
Oh, I see. And so the other components where, it separates the bad actors and all that is still, everything's still in play.
Correct.
There's no changes there. That's all. I wanted to verify that. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Yvette, if you want to go ahead. Sorry about that.
The general scene in Washington, we are on federal government shutdown watch right now. The federal government funding expires on September 30th, and we do not yet have an extension of that funding that would get us past that point. We are expecting a House bill to be voted on Friday that would extend the government funding until November 21st. And extend a handful of healthcare policies that normally ride along with the budget that are related to Medicare and Medicaid, things like the telehealth waiver flexibilities from COVID and the authorization for community health centers. There's a list of them. We do understand from the minority in the House that they will not be supporting, as a general matter, maybe with a couple of exceptions, the what we call continuing resolution to extend federal funding to November 21st. And we have not seen a related proposal in the Senate quite yet, although we expect that the Senate will take up the same proposal to extend government funding to November 21st. Again, the minority party in the Senate has made clear that maybe with the exception of one or two Democratic senators, they will not be supporting a straight extension of funding. And they, along with the House minority, have made the issue around their opposition healthcare and have specifically called out the fact that there has been no negotiation with the minority to extend government funding and that there is no inclusion in that government funding proposal to address healthcare premiums that are about to increase, to address the Medicaid cuts that were made as part of H.R. 1 and the implications that those will have on states and stakeholders like hospitals and nursing homes, and that there has been no addressing of research funding and rescinded funds from the administration that would go to support research funding. So they have not specifically drawn a line in the sand or said specifically what would have to be included, but they have made their general requirements known, which is that it be a bipartisan negotiation and that it do something to address the healthcare shortfalls that are coming. I expect that once the House votes on Friday, they will recess for the week of the 22nd for the Jewish holidays. The Senate is also expected to recess for that week, although they may come back a little bit earlier if they're unable to pass the continuing resolution. And then we will be very close to the actual date of the federal funding lapse, likely without an agreement. So we could be in a government shutdown at that point. That is the conventional thinking as of right now, if they are unable to get to a deal. And that shutdown could look unlike other shutdowns that we've had at the federal level before. So we are watching closely to see how that will play out and what the implications of that will be. Along with the federal funding that expires September 30th, the enhanced premium tax credits that are part of the marketplaces and were authorized in the Inflation Reduction Act also expired December 31st. There has been a lot of attention paid to those what we call EPTCs and the shortfall they will cause for consumers if those are not extended, and really extended before open enrollment begins on November 1st. There will be significant operational problems that go along with that. That has been a point of discussion. There are a few bills that have been introduced, both House and Senate side, by both Republicans and Democrats to extend those EPTCs for a year, to extend them permanently. And we expect that the minority in the Senate will introduce a competing bill to fund the government that will include a permanent extension of those enhanced premium tax credits and likely will include some provisions to roll back the Medicaid cuts that were included as part of H.R. 1 or OBBBA. We are also closely watching the conversations that had taken place at the end of last year in a bipartisan way to reform pharmacy benefit manager operations and rebate structures, to address site neutrality and hospital payments, to address further transparency from hospitals and plans. Those were all policies that have had bipartisan agreement in the past, and that that there is some hope will come back at some point at the end of this year or into next year for further consideration, and would be important and consequential for CalPERS and other payers, as well as federal programs. And we are also watching the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act and the drug pricing provisions related to the Medicare negotiation that was part of the Inflation Reduction Act. We're expecting an announcement on the second round of those Medicare negotiated prices shortly coming from the administration, as well as their policies and regulations to implement the OBBBA, including guidance on the Rural Health Transformation Fund that states will be able to apply for, and guidance to implement the Medicaid work requirement that was included as part of that legislation. So we are watching all of those closely for opportunities to comment and or to participate in the notices of funding opportunity that will emerge from those pieces of legislation.
Thank you, Yvette. I have a question for you. You talked about whether or not the minority is able to pass through some rollback of Medicaid, and then also some ACA credits to keep the ACA credits. So even if they are able to get that passed through a bipartisan budget bill, what is given that Mr. Trump has done this whole rescission thing that he does, we don't know whether or not that would even stand after that gets passed, because I think I don't know if any court has ruled on that, but he's done it twice now, as I understand it. He's rescinded funds, and I do know he needs a small vote of the Congress, but it's it's just a majority vote. So, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it is a good point. You're right. They have sent up a couple rescissions packages, and they have kept that money from flowing to the entities that Congress appropriated them to, which has been a concern of the appropriators and Congress generally speaking. I do think in the House they only need to keep all of the Republicans on board to pass a continuing resolution without agreeing to any change in policy on the rescissions or the premium tax credits or the Medicaid cuts. In the Senate, that's a different story. They need 8 Democratic votes in order to be able to change the policies there and the law there. And I do think that ability to rescind funds or impound funds, which has been considered by the courts, is part of the conversation about whether or not the leadership on the Democratic side will give those votes in order to approve it. Just to be clear, I do not think that there will be any agreement to roll back any of the Medicaid cuts on the Republican side of the aisle, and nor do I think they're going to agree to extend the enhanced premium tax credits as part of this initial continuing resolution. In fact, the leadership on both the House and Senate side have said that they will not contemplate extending the enhanced premium tax credits as part of this continuing resolution, which is why it seems unlikely at this point that they will be able to reach an agreement to continue that funding.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for state or federal updates? Thank you, Danny. With that, I know that Marcy has left, but we will move on to summary of board direction. And I don't think we had any, did we, Robert?
I did not see any direction.
Yeah. So then I'm going to move into public comment. So I know I've got a few. I have a caller on the phone. I have Martha Penry, and then we'll end with Sarah Grande. So caller on the phone first. 1 or 2 callers? 1. Let's do the caller on the phone first, then Martha, and then Sarah. No caller? They went? They went bye-bye? I saw it here a minute ago. Okay, then Martha from California School Employees.
This one's
You're
okay? On. Okay. Good morning, and thank you, President Taylor and the board. I want to, first of all, and Lisa stepped out, but I still would like to welcome Lisa Middleton back to the board. We're very delighted to see her back on the board. I wanted to, I know yesterday you heard about the the Pathways for Women conference from Cheryl Carter, a CSE member, but I want to share with you my personal experience. It was absolutely wonderful. This conference is 100% relatable to me as a retiree for my retirement and my health care. I was very fortunate to attend, and I had 3 other women from my retiree board that attended with me. Every one of us felt empowered by the speakers for everything from investment to healthcare to mental health. It was just amazing. I recently lost my husband, and I had I had so many questions about investment, and the speaker actually, just listening to her and taking notes and being receptive to everything, I actually am moving forward with not a lot, but a little investment. So I felt very secure. So even the younger generation, the younger women that attended, I know they learned so much. But I want you to understand how much even us old folks, even us retirees, how much we enjoyed it. I heard Marcy say 88% of those people that attended said they would definitely participate in future events. I'm one of those 88%, and I know that my board members that attended are with me. I just want to thank you again for the wonderful opportunity, and let's keep it going.
Martha, thank you very much. We love hearing that. I too just recently lost my husband, so it was really good for that particular issue as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, with that, Sarah Grande, and I know she has requested 6 minutes. Is that correct? I believe. Okay. So we got to double the time, guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to see the time so I don't go over. So I came today. I didn't really want to speak about much more than I've already spoken about at these other 2 Board of Administration meetings. I did want to clarify, though, that there's a reason why the agreement that you guys made in 1998 exists, and that was only for to stay out of the public media, which is why it's been a very difficult agreement, I think, to enforce, is because it doesn't follow any statutory or regulatory violations. And I wasn't a CalPERS employee at the time. I was a minor, and so that's my first correction, just for you guys, so you know. And then also, just so we are all on the same page, we're not relitigating old deals, old agreements, not from 1998 and not from 2012. Sorry, couldn't breathe there. And with the agreements that are binding, and as a public entity, CalPERS can't really omit or misrepresent obligations, as Don Moltz has, and in the MSJ filings, which, by the way, I never heard from you guys after any of these public comments I made, other than the MSJ filing, which I found interesting. But and then I guess my question is, how does CalPERS see any of these ending, right? Whether it's litigation or me ending, or any of its obligations ending. So even if the agreements will still stand, even of your delays and avoidance. So, sorry, I'm not breathing again. Given these repeated comments that I keep trying to make, and then there's no action that amounts, I think we all know as lawyers, right? Willful indifference, which opens up a whole bunch of punitive damages, as well as the ongoing inaction demonstrates nothing more than bad faith. So, you guys have no defenses left. I mean, I don't really understand. And I have no court access because we're in the Eastern District of California, and they are the only court of all that lacks an ADA coordinator. So even if I were to take the case over as an attorney myself, which is kind of challenging to do because the TRO is not in place, so there's enforced, so there's no, the non-nurses that I have can't really help me do that when there's no ADA coordinator. So you've also crossed over from, this civil action into criminal territory now, which I think I gave you guys a handout, or I'm trying to give you a handout. And then Controller Cohen, I have requested conversations and have reached out to your office, but then I don't hear back from the office after I ask them questions. So you also have no statute of limitations given the ongoing neglect, and CalPERS can't hide behind any statute of limitation agreements because it's been going on for 28 years. So, and I also have no grievance, no appeals or grievances available to me because CalPERS points to the TPA points to CalPERS, and now the TPA has just actually confirmed the 24-hour nursing care and for the life of the plan. So never would I ever thought I would be also arguing a 13th Amendment concern because my father still needs to keep working full-time solely to maintain the benefits that keep me alive. So that's a unconscionable kind of burden there. So I gave you guys a packet, or I tried to give you a packet in case I wasn't able to finish this 6 minutes, but I guess I'm almost there. So that's all I have. But
All right, thank you very much.
sure.
We still have nobody on the phone, right? Okay. So with that, we will, that was our last of our public comment, huh? Oh, that's right, JJ. Sitting right here. She's right here. I don't have anybody additional to make public comment. Oh, a packet to us. There's nobody's name, Gloria, here, and the caller didn't show up on the phone. Where? Oh, I didn't read that. Okay. Hold on, JJ. I gotta have Gloria Barrera. Is she here in CalPERS? Okay. So come down and speak. You get 3 minutes. The microphone's right here. Oh, she can't. You can't leave her side. I did not know that. Okay, so hold on. Yes.
Good morning, board members. My name's Gloria, and I'm a licensed vocational nurse caring for Sarah Granda. I'm not a lawyer like Sarah. I'm the one who keeps her ventilator running at 3 a.m. so she could stay alive. Sarah isn't just paperwork, it's her breath, it's her life. CalPERS promised 24-hour qualified nursing in its agreements, yet repeated delays and have pushed her past exhaustion. She can't keep fighting just to survive. When coverage breaks down, we scramble, doubling shifts, begging coworkers, praying another nurse can race over in time. Every gap endangers Sarah's lives and puts our license and family at risk. As 1099 contractors without benefits or protections, we've asked shoulder critical ventilator care with no safety net. It's unsafe, unfair, and it drives nurses away, worsening the crisis. Why does a TRO exist if there's no implementation? Actions speak louder than words, sorry. Please comply with the TRO and motion to compel orders. Direct staff to resolve this promptly and transparently and stabilize care before another gap becomes a tragedy. For Sarah or for those of us at her bedside, Your Honor, honor your commitments, protect your patient, and protect the nurses you depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we still don't have anybody on the phone, right? Okay, so the phone caller isn't here, Mr. Jelensik.
J.J. Jelensik, speaking for myself. This board showed absolute contempt for the members of the system who came to the meetings yesterday. The Finance and Admin Committee ended at 12:23. It was suggested that the Perf and Comp Committee begin immediately for the open session, which everybody knew was going to be short. A decision was made that no, that wasn't going to happen. We're going to ask the retirees who were sitting around to hang around for another 2 hours and 7 minutes before the Perf and Comp Committee went into open session. Then we waited, and when we got to 2:30, we waited an additional 5 minutes so the controller could deign to join us. We had a 2-minute, 44.5-second open meeting that could have happened hours earlier. Everybody got thrown out. The committee met. But it really got a little more annoying. About 4 hours and 20 minutes after everybody had been thrown out, the Perf and Comp Committee came back into open session and complained that the meeting had taken too long, and complained that the chair said, I've been pushing to get meetings started earlier for a long time. There was a little galling after having sat around for 2 hours to see a 2-minute meeting. It was unfortunate that the meeting went that long. I would actually suggest to the board that it goes back to its historical pattern of meeting every month. And that way these items don't pile up and you don't wind up with these extra long meetings. So I would urge you, I know you just adopted a meeting schedule for next year, but I would urge you to reconsider it and go back to that historical pattern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jelensik. I do now have a caller on the phone. Caller, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Amber Amberson here to speak to item 9C. Amber, you are now live and proceed with your comments.
Amber?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead. This is CalPERS. Go ahead and make your comment. Can you hear Miss? Can she not hear us? I think she hung up.
The caller hung up.
Oh, the caller did hang up. Okay. Okay, with that, that would be the last thing. So with that, we will adjourn now into closed session for items 1 through 3 from the closed session agenda. This will include the following litigation matter: CalPERS v. United Health Group Incorporated, U.S. District Court, District of Minnesota, case number 24CV 1743. We will also receive the General Counsel's update on pending litigation. After the closed session, the board will reopen for a short moment to close the open session. But in the meantime, do people want to go through with this, or do you want to break for lunch before we go to closed session? Just go through it. Okay. So with that, we are asking for the folks to move out of the auditorium, and we'll move into closed session. And can you give us 10 minutes so we can take a break real quick? So. We're ready? Okay. With that, this adjourns this month's Board of Administration meeting. The next Board of Administration meeting is scheduled for November 17th through 19th, 2025. Thank you. I'll see a lot of you at the Ed Forum.